I'm here for the reorganization.
How are you? They're rallying the troops. Hello, how are you? Good, thank you. Holy moly.
We want 10%.
Yes. How are you? Good. I have your truck.
Somebody told me you guys get like 300. They didn't come to me. They didn't. I know I don't vote.
How you doing? Good.
Anybody try calling me?
No. You realize it's good job? We got a full house. Yes, sir.
No. Will be interesting.
17 open forum comment. We had more. We had 40.
Wonder what they're about.
Good evening. This regular meeting of the Board of Trustees is being held today, Tuesday, May the 17th, 2022. The meeting is being called to order and the time is 6:02. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Amani Brown, a senior at America's High School. Welcome.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Let's proceed to the next item on the agenda, our superintendent's comments. Dr. Carmen?
Good evening, President Morales, members of our board, and good evening to our Socorro community. I would like to begin by wishing a happy birthday to Mr. Paulo Guerra. His birthday will be next week, May 23rd. Happy early birthday, Mr. Guerra. We have some personnel introductions of our new leaders in SISD. I'd like to welcome Rosa Irene Rojas as the new assistant principal of Benito Martinez Elementary School. And next, I'd like to welcome Jennifer Gomez as the new assistant principal, Salvador Sanchez Middle School. This Saturday, we will hold our Seize Your Opportunity Walk. Across the district, we have some 1,700 volunteers who together will visit over 6,000 homes to engage families in the most important conversation regarding their child's education and why Socorro ISD is the right choice for endless opportunities. Thank you to all the employees who volunteered, to our assistant principals who are serving as campus coordinators during this busy time of the year, and to all who have a hand in planning for the event. I'd also like to acknowledge our transportation team for heeding the call and signing up dozens of volunteers to help the cause. Our employees' pride, commitment, and service to the community is what makes Socorro ISD great, and why Team SISD is the right choice for endless opportunities. A couple of upcoming events. The district will be closed for Memorial Day on Monday, May 30th. Please enjoy your time off and be safe. Also, our seniors are getting ready for their big day of graduation. We will be holding graduations for all high schools at the Don Haskins Center on June 10th and June 11th. I look forward to seeing some of you out there for this momentous event. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Carmen. Our next item, we have Board of Trustees business. A, consider and take action to elect and install board officers for the Board of Trustees. At this time, we're going to have the floor is open for nominations for board president. I would like to make a nominee and make a motion to see that Mr. Mena, Eddie, make a motion for Eddie Mena to be the next
Point of
president.
order. Morales, usually you introduce the item, and as president, you allow other board members to respond to the presentation before you make a motion.
That's correct.
I'll yield it to you, sir.
Okay? It's funny, because the motion was going to be the same, but I nominate Eddie Mena as board president.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Michael Nahat and a second by Mr. Pablo Barrera. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
The floor is open once again for a nomination for board vice president.
I would like to nominate Pablo Barrera for vice president.
Second? All those in favor?
Discussion,
Aye.
discussion. I don't believe right now at the right moment, we have the 7 board members up here present, and to pick Mr. Barrera as vice president, because my understanding is that he's being investigated by Texas Rangers, so I don't think it would be good for the district that we put him in the executive committee.
Can you
Dr.
prove
Dr.
this?
Dr.
does that
Carmen,
Can you prove that?
My understanding is that.
Because what I know is that you're
Dr.
behind it.
And Dr. Carmen, can you, does that, am I correct, sir?
Mr. Guerra, you're innocent until proven guilty. So when we get to
that
that
is-
milestone, okay?
That is correct, but I still think it shows a bad light in the district.
So then you shouldn't be on it either because we're under a TEA investigation because of your governance.
Guys, really? Let's move forward
Let's
with
stay
this.
professional here.
Yes.
We're gonna go, we had a,
There's a motion on the floor.
and there was a
There's a
second.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4 that, in favor and 2, no. The motion carries. And the last thing on the floor is open for a nomination for board secretary.
I nominate Paul Guerra for board secretary.
I decline, please.
I nominate Dave Morales for board secretary.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Our next item, item 5, board honors. We have Mr. Daniel Escobar. The first item, you're going to go ahead and present at this time.
Good evening, President Mena, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Carmen. My name is Daniel Escobar, Chief Communications Officer for the district, and it is my pleasure to introduce tonight's recognitions. If you'll please step down to receive our honorees. Our first recognition will honor the El Dorado High School varsity girls golf team for winning the 2-5A district championship. Highlights of the team season include Skylar Mateo and Alexandra Longoria, who made all district. Zoe Munoz was named all city, and she won the 2-5A championship by over 30 strokes. Munoz also won the Montwood and Pebble Hills girls tournaments, and she finished second at the Eastlake tournament. Congratulations to the El Dorado High School varsity girls golf team. Alexandra Longoria. Alondra Enriquez. Delaney Amaya. Skylar Mateo. Zoe Munoz. And they're led by Coach Jason Osborne. If we can have you back to the front for a photo with our superintendent and trustees, please. Congratulations once again. Our next recognition goes to SISD athletes for qualifying for and competing at the 2021-2022 UIL State Track and Field Meet. These amazing athletes have many outstanding accolades among them, including the district, area, and regional championship and America's High School's record holder for the 800-meter race, the 168 district and regional champion in discus from Eastlake High School, and the silver medalist at the state for the 800-meter race with a personal record of 1 minute 51 seconds. Congratulations to these awesome SISD track and field athletes. From America's High School, Jared Laverty. And Coach Dwan Smith. From Eastlake High School, Logan Villalba. Assistant coach is Frank Sapien. Head coach Miguel Saldaña. And from Pebble Hills High School, Omer Ibrahim. And Coach Bashar Ibrahim. If we can have you back to the front for a photo, please. You see everybody? Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize an SISD team for winning a 2021-2022 UIL softball championship. The Eldorado High School program made history by winning a 5A by-district championship for the consecutive year. Individual accolades from the team include 2022 2-5A Pitcher of the Year, Vanessa Solis, and 2022 2-5A Defensive Player of the Year, Jackie Schmidt. Congratulations to the Eldorado High School softball team. Alyssa Barragan, Alejandra Chavez, Alexis Chapa, Ali Valenzuela, Ashley Aguilera, Bella Apodaca, Carmen Vargas, Itzel Guerrero, Jackie Schmidt, Caitlin Varela, Kieran Granados, Leida Martinez, Savannah Sanchez, Valeria Gurola, Vanessa Solis, Vivian Salinas, Elisa Rodriguez, America Banda, Jace Rivera, assistant coaches Claudia Avila, Jorge Anaya, Rudy Valdez, and head coach Adrian Telas. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo, please. And just a quick note that the photos taken by our district photographer, Mr. Largo, are posted on the district website. There is a camera icon on the bottom right-hand corner of the webpage that'll take you to a Smug Mug, where all these photos are available for free high-resolution download. Okay. Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize students in career and technical student organizations for winning first, second, or third at state competitions. Some 100 SISD students won the top spots at the high level of competition. Notable achievements include the Montwood Robotics team, who won a Most Spirited Team Award, and Isaiah Villarreal, who won the Dean's List Award, the highest award a robotics team member can win. In addition, Jesus Perez of Pebble Hills High School was a national first place winner in the Business Professionals of America Presentation Management category. All of these CTE students are getting hands-on experience in refining their leadership and personal development skills through the numerous CTSO competitions. Congratulations congratulations to these ambitious students, and we'll recognize them by program. Beginning with Skills USA from America's High School, Efren Barragan. And Roman Salcido. From Socorro High School, Antonio Galaviz. And Brisa Moraza. Also from Socorro High School, Itzel Teres. And Oscar Rascon. If we can have you please back to the front to take a photo. Congratulations once again. We'll continue with students who place in Taffy, Educators Rising. From America's High School, Ariana Hernandez. Brooke Larson. Ebony Brown. Emily Jurado, as well as Idali Luevano. From El Dorado High School, Vianney Granados. From Montwood High School, Ashley Reyes. Carlos Grajeda. Sofia Salazar. From Socorro High School, Giselle Diaz. Leonel Chavez. Melissa Camacho. And Viridiana Coronado Rede. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo, please. Watch behind you. Keep smiling, looking straight ahead. Congratulations once again. We'll continue with Business Professionals of America students. From America's High School, Ana Chacon. From Pebble Hills High School, Alexia Villa. And Jesus Perez. If we can have you back up to the front for a photo, please. Congratulations once again. We have two students who represented Team SISD and placed in DECA competitions from Montwood High School, Annabella McCone. And Ashley Torres Acosta. If we can have the two of you back to the front for a photo. Congratulations again. Continuing with students from HOSA, from Montwood High School, Delilah Acosta. Eduardo Hernandez. And Martín Carrasco. And from Socorro High School, Magali Murillo. We'll gather for another photo. Congratulations again. And the robotics team from Montwood High School who placed in robotics first tech challenge, Ariana Rivera. Brandon Garcia. Carlo Medina de la Cruz. Diego Ceballos, Elohim Garcia, Gael Sustatia, Isaiah Villarreal, Janely Hernandez, Jocelyn Jimenez, Kayla Jimenez, Kevin Porras, Kiara Sanchez, Mark Freire, Michael Levario, Natalie Chavez, Nathaniel Gong, Valentina Valles, Victor Vela, and Xavier Montano. If we can have you all back up for a photo, please. All five? Okay. Keep smiling, looking straight ahead. Congratulations once again. We'll continue with students who competed and placed in TSA or Technology Student Association events. From Clark Middle School, Alexa Gonzalez. And Carla Garcia. From El Dorado High School, Abdiel Cota Labrado. Dania Torres. Joel Garcia. Jonas Zamora. Juan Ramirez. Ari Chavez Rodriguez. Natalie Herrera. From Serna Middle School, Adelaide Carbone. And Aiden Padilla. Also from Serna, Dominic Carrillo. Julian Rosales. Kyle Lopez. Levi Espinosa. Nizoni Rincon. Vanessa Terrazas. From Antwine Middle School, Ian Enriquez. Isabela Enriquez. Juliet Salcido. Catherine Salcido. From Montwood Middle School, Ariana Moreno. Kareem Lopez Gonzalez. Aaron Garcia. Frida Alvarez. From Socorro High School, Bianca Andrade. And Daniel Ortega. And from Slider Middle School, Michaela Almadova. And Melanie Munoz. And also from William D. Slider Middle School, Christy Pinalo. If we can have you back all to the front for a photo, please. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. on top of you. All right, everybody smile. Look right at Mr. Largo right here in the center. He's going to step out of the way, but keep smiling, keep smiling. Congratulations once again. For our final recognition, we would like to honor baseball coaches from Socorro and Pebble Hills High Schools for taking heroic action to protect their students. While the teams were on an out-of-town trip for a tournament, an individual with a weapon was spotted in the hotel in the vicinity of the rooms of their student athletes. The coaches saw the individual and took swift action to apprehend and disarm the individual while police were called to the scene. The coaches' proactive action ensured the safety of their students and others at the hotel. Much appreciation goes to these coaches for their heroic actions. From Socorro High School, Jose Alvarez. From Pebble Hills High School, Nicolas Alvarez. Rogelio Enriquez. Rogelio Favela. And Roger Fuentes. Gentlemen, if we can have you back to the front for a photo, please. Do we have a mover? Are you good? Couple more pictures being taken, a couple more pictures. I got it. Thank you so much again, coaches. And that concludes our recognitions for the evening. Thank you.
One of the new hires was left off the list. So we'll go back to that lady. Help me.
second. Yes, did that, yeah.
Well, he wants me to go back and do 3.
One of the employees was, one of the new administrators was left off the list. But she's sitting right here, so I'm recognizing her.
And then when we do open forum, I read this all that. Yes. Okay. I don't need this anymore. So we just have a veto.
So our fire code allows in here. Are you over?
All right. Okay, good evening. Good evening. We will go back to item number 3, superintendent's comments. There was a name left off the list. Dr. Carmen?
Thank you, Mr. Mena, and I apologize. We do have one additional new leader at SISD, and I apologize. If we could recognize, please, Ms. Mary Bell Gonzalez, new Dean of Instruction for Americas High School.
Okay, at this time, we will go to open forum. I need to read all this. Okay, the district is a local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in our district. And the board must be focused on meeting in, the district, wait a minute, let me go back, I lost my place, I'm sorry. The district is the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in our district. And the board meetings must be focused on meeting this charge. The district board meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act to conduct the business of the district. They are not, however, meetings of the public. Therefore, all persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum. Individuals shall refrain from using harmful and offensive content, i.e. libel, slander, defamation, obscenities, fighting words, for respect of the rights and reputation of others. We greatly appreciate those individuals who have requested to speak to the board during open forum or in regards to a specific agenda item. We are bound by certain time constraints in order to cover all of the items on the agenda, and therefore must limit presentations to 5 minutes. Please respect the rights of others in your presentation. By law, the board cannot take action upon or discuss any items which is not posted on tonight's agenda, but we will give all presentations our serious considerations. Thank you. Let's proceed with open forum. Okay, first, we have Angie Soto.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Mena. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Members of the board and Dr. Carmen. I am Angelica Soto, President of the Socorro Education Association. I will be speaking this evening to address working conditions and salaries in SISD. For the past 35 years in my association with the Socorro District, SISD school board members have always had the employees' best interest. I received a raise even before my first day of school, back in 1987. Yes, I am that old. This district has a reputation of valuing their employees and looking out for their welfare. Current working conditions for SISD teachers have resulted in teachers feeling overwhelmed, overworked, and suffering from a great deal of stress. The usual demands of the job have greatly increased because of students' learning loss and behavioral issues, which came from being at home, trying to do remote learning. The amount of paperwork teachers are responsible for has also multiplied, leaving teachers with no life outside of work, especially family life and time for their own children. On top of working very hard to accelerate their students' learnings, some teachers have also had to invest an inordinate amount of time to complete their reading academies. And that's not to mention the time, investment, cost, and stress for special education teachers who were required to become bilingual certified. If you were to go to any campus at dismissal, you would observe teachers' faces and body language showing their exhaustion. Please take the time to review the paperwork demands for teachers as per policy to provide some relief to teachers and to prevent the loss of any more teachers leaving SISD. We have excellent veteran teachers in our district. The current financial situation has negatively impacted everyone's pocketbook. It is especially felt in El Paso because it is the 6th most expensive city to live in the nation, proportionate to the low salaries in the region. I just found out that we're 2nd in the state of Texas. This statistics should impress upon you the dire necessity of aiding the employees in the form of a substantial raise. This inflation is, of course, impacting our lowest paid employees the most. The district is still paying cross guard and cafeteria monitors a mere $7.25 an hour. SISD must remain competitive with salaries and working conditions to recruit employees while other districts are raising their minimum wage and providing financial incentives, both for attracting and retaining employees. It is no wonder that the district has 111 job openings for certified personnel, 56 job openings for auxiliary employees, and 48 paraprofessional clerical positions available. SISD must do what it can to retain its current employees. Bus drivers must be compensated at a just salary, and the salary compression which exists in their salary scale must be eased as well as in many other salary categories. Socorro Education Association is respectfully requesting that you consider a 10% increase in salaries and a $2,500 bonus retention payable and a $2,500 bonus retention payable over 2 payments. If budgetary constraints prohibit these expenditures, SEA asks that the district implement this salary increase over a 2-year period. It is imperative that the district raise the minimum salary to $15 an hour to assist our lowest paid employees to support their families. I don't need to say we demand this because I trust that you all will do the best for our SISD employees. You always have. Our district has always looked out for our employees. It's the best district in this, as for my experience. On behalf of the members of the Socorro Education Association, I thank you for allowing me to speak on this important matter and for taking these requests into consideration as you examine the budget. Okay, thank you so much. My time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. Our next speaker is Tommy Hill from West Texas Alliance Consent Agenda. Consent Agenda.
Mr. Hill was signed up to speak on the consent agenda, which is coming after this portion of it. Is that what you wanted to do?
Yes, I wanted to be right after those.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm asking if he wants to wait. or not. Yeah, if you want to wait, then it would be Ms. Hernandez, I think, is next on the list.
Okay.
We'll put this side.
Our next speaker is Veronica Hernandez.
Good evening, President Mena, members of the board, and Dr. Carmen. My name is Veronica Hernandez. I am the proud president of the Socorro American Federation of Teachers. Last month, I spoke to you about the long overdue respect issue for teachers and support employees. By now, I am sure you all have received the letters from the overwhelming 5,000 plus employees urging you for a significant pay raise too. Tonight, I want to continue the conversation and reiterate our plea. Texas ranks 45th in the country for per student funding, 29th on teacher salaries. It is no wonder our teachers are struggling with overwhelming workloads and low pay, fueling a teacher retention crisis and that of other school employees like paraprofessionals and cafeteria workers who are working and still making poverty wages. Texas students deserve passionate, qualified educators who will lay the foundation for their futures, but right now, too many school districts are seeing rising turnover rates for educators and employees. Statewide, the teacher turnover rate for last year was more than 14%. Things are so bad right now that more and more districts are threatening educators' teacher certificates for resigning, and Texas has more than 10,000 teaching job openings. This is a crisis, but one that can be fixed. School employees, parents, and students are coming together across Texas to demand respect from our state's elected officials and our local school boards. I am sure you've been keeping up with the races out there so far. Some districts pledging to start teacher salaries with $60,000 and offering higher incentives. Others giving dollar increases from $3,000 to $8,000, and others giving percentage raises over 5% plus bonus and retention stipends. Some are giving our support employees a well-deserved 10% raise, our bus drivers and our monitors. Those are meaningful pay raises that value and show true respect. How about Socorro ISD? The 3% proposed at the last budget workshop, while an increase from the previous one, is still not adequate. Locally, the El Paso district, even though they haven't voted yet, they are pledging a 5% for teachers and non-exempt hourly staff. They are giving this raise from the pay table, not from the midpoint. They are pledging a 4% general pay increase from the midpoint for our campus administration and other professional staff, and a 3% general pay increase from the midpoint for our central office leadership. Socorro EFT knows that our district can do better. Socorro ISD has always demonstrated a dignified sense of being a top-notch school district. We must show that by how much we treat and compensate our employees. We must seize the opportunity to continue to be the best. We look forward to hearing a better, more respectful proposal at the next budget workshop, hopefully better than a 3% and only a $1,000 retention stipend. We must find a way for our educators and our support staff to weather the inflation. Thank you. We have a presentation for you.
Okay, next we have Lisa Lopez.
President Mena, Dr. Carmen, and board members, I am here tonight to ask the board to help recognize our teachers who have been dedicated to the students in this district through the pandemic and this new normal. I am asking you to compensate them as you would any professional in any industry in the United States. In the first few days of the pandemic, social media was flooded with memes about how much more money teachers deserve. Parents were amazed at what teachers did all day with their children, and they demanded a pay raise for us. If everyone could do this job, they would, but we all know that is not the case. It takes a minimum of a bachelor's degree, specialized professional development, and certification to become a teacher, and then years of on-the-job training to become a highly effective one. Many of our SISD teachers have gone above and beyond that and earned master's degrees and doctorates. We are the only profession that has to complete work outside of our work to prepare for the work that we do at work, and we should be compensated for this. So, how do we prove our worth? Seriously, what do you want from us? We already work extra hours for no pay in order to maintain an A rating for our district. We raise test scores year after year, and we do it with less and less. Things are also piled on us, and it's as if you have given us more time in our schedule to do it, and that's not true. This year, TEA has added tie time and documentation for each student who received that tie time, in addition to our at-risk documentation, 3 weeks grades, developing and giving assessments every 3 weeks, RTI updates, lesson plans, differentiated for all levels of learners, daily attendance, communication with parents, after-school tutoring, Saturday school, making sure our bulletin boards are pretty and relevant, and then we teach reading, math, social studies, and science. Look, we knew the job when we signed up. We did. We knew we would become second parents to some of these kids. We knew we would be counselors to others. We would bandage boo-boos, soothe fears, teach them about self-confidence, respecting others, and appreciating everyone's differences. We knew that we would have to continually learn to keep up with the fast pace of the world, and we knew we would have to record progress and document why it just didn't happen for some of them. We knew all of this. What we didn't know was that we would have to become Lenovo technicians overnight, masters of Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and Nearpod. We didn't know we would be asked to become part-time custodians and nurses and cross guards and cafeteria staff when there was a shortage due to COVID. We didn't know that we would have to have extra students in our already crowded classes because teachers were out and there were no substitutes. We didn't know that we would have to add community involvement nights in an effort to bring back parents to our schools. And we didn't know that we would be using our own money to do a lot of this. Let's not forget about Reading Academy from TEA as well. Now, we did all this, and I'm sure there's a lot more I didn't mention, under the scrutiny of society and angry parents and politicians, and we did it all with a smile because we wanted to make sure our kids felt safe, loved, and welcomed at our schools, and we made our district look good. So, we have already lost teachers to nearby districts due to their generous pay incentives. And this board can stop other districts from taking our valuable SISD-trained teachers. Please show us our worth. All we are asking for is a raise that keeps up with the pace of the cost of living and that maybe shows that you do value us. We are asking for 10% and a retention bonus of $2,500. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Veronica Lindsay.
Good evening, President Mena, congratulations, board members, and Dr. Carmen. I'm an educator in our wonderful district, and I want to ask that you voice your support for all SISD employees by voting for a respectful raise of 10% and $2,000 retention bonus. Teaching is one of the only professions where college-educated professionals have to reapply for their positions every year. Teachers like myself are under constant pressure from administrators to work extra hours for after-school tutoring, extra hours on Saturdays for Saturday school, extra hours during intercession break for intercession school. And although we are told these extra hours are optional, educators are made to feel by their administration team as though working 10+ hours every single day just to fulfill our regular teaching duties is not enough. And that it is no longer just enough to teach our kids. Educators are made to feel that we must work extra hours, or our principals will not consider us to have added value at the end of the school year for our campus, which puts our teaching assignment in jeopardy if we don't comply with all their asks. Although extra duty is a great opportunity for those teachers without school-age children or without children of their own, a lot of teachers are forced to work extra duty at the expense of their own children's learning, not being able to go home and help them with their own homework. As an educator, that is heartbreaking. Many teachers are single mothers of school-aged children or breadwinners of their two-income households. And this added pressure of job insecurity, worrying that your contract may not be renewed every year, coupled with being told every year that teaching isn't enough by your principal, or the annual fear that your teaching assignment will change, resulting in a pay cut just because you weren't able to work extra duty above your 10+ working day. This is not okay. It's not professional respect. This constant pressure and ideology that teachers aren't good enough and just teaching isn't good enough, it has to stop. It's resulting in teachers burning out and forcing educators to seek other professions. SISD once again earned the coveted 100% highly qualified status for its teachers and instructional aides, yet the district is only proposing 2 to 3% increase with a 1,000 bonus. Despite the local inflation rate being approximately 8.5% locally, SISD teachers should not have to endure a pay cut to educate our children and remain in the profession we love so very much. Highly qualified teachers are not cheap, and cheap teachers are not highly qualified. SISD hourly employees also deserve a minimum of $15 per hour. Our SISD hourly employees should not have to choose between buying gasoline for their vehicles or buying food for their family. A $15 per hour minimum wage gives our hourly employees the dignity and the respect of not having to choose between gasoline and food on a weekly basis. Thank you for your time.
Okay, our next speaker is Yvonne Salazar.
Good evening, President Mena, members of the board, and Dr. Carmen. I am Yvonne Salazar, a proud educator for Socorro Independent School District for 16 years. I am here to speak on behalf of the pay raise and retention bonus for all SISD employees. A 10% pay raise and a retention bonus would mean that I, as a professional, would be respected and paid rightfully so. Teachers have not received an actual pay raise for the past 10 years due to the cost of inflation. SISD's proposed 3% will keep us at 5.5% below the 8.5 national inflation rate. As a mother of a child that was born with a cleft lip and palate, I have always had many medical bills, so much so that I cannot afford to live on my own. One year, she had 3 procedures, and one of these medical bills was $115,000. Insurance did not cover this because our district chooses to exclude dental implants, even though she needed them due to medical reasons. Excuse me. The implants were another $20,000, again, not covered by our insurance. As a single mother, I endured the cost. I too have had some unexpected medical procedures, which have added to the mounting medical debt. I would love to be able to afford my own space and save for my future, but unfortunately, I don't see that happening anytime soon without a significant raise. Luckily, I'm able to live with my mother, and I'm paying off this debt. And even with the raise, still, I doubt that I'll be able to live and save for my future. But this raise would mean that I could pay that off sooner and add that to my retirement plan and hopefully find a place of my own. A teacher's work does not end when we leave school at 3:15. Many times I take papers home to grade. I work on preparing lessons for the week and or completing other work that needs to be done. As, for example, the tie hours, RTI tracking. So a teacher's work day seems to never be enough. I always chuckle when I hear people say, "You're lucky, you get out of work at 3:15, have weekends off, and summers off." Little do they know the amount of time spent at home preparing for the weeks ahead, or the professional development we attend after school, weekends, summer, the intersessions, the tutoring, and so forth. As teachers, we also put money back into our classroom and our students, whether it's for supplies, professional development, resources for myself, or uniforms, supplies, and lunch money for our students who are unable to afford them. This year alone, I have spent approximately $1,300 into my classroom. You have the vote to bring teacher and staff pay to a respectable amount. You have the voice to set a precedent in Texas that you respect teachers and all district employees. Please show you respect us and pay us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rafael Jaques.
Good evening, Mr. Morales, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Carmen. My name is Mr. Jaques. I work at Manwood High School. I'm here speaking today about the raise and the bonus you are proposing. I am hoping we get a great raise. We need money for gas, food, bills, and doctor visits. My wife and I have already raised our children, and we are alone. We are depending on you to help us through these tough times. I have worked over 16 years for the district. Thank you for your time, Mr. Jaques.
Thank you, Mr. Jaques. Our next speaker is Jaime Martinez.
Feels good to be back. Good evening, President Mena, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. As a former Socorro ISD employee for 16 years, father of a former Terry Scholarship recipient at Americas High School, and of a current Montwood student finishing her junior year and as a current educator. I come to the board to advocate for former coworkers, current students, and most importantly, as a current district taxpayer. I understand that tonight is a culmination of many weeks of talks among various teacher unions, employees in the district, in reference to employee compensation and pay. I know that in the previous board meetings, various individuals have addressed you all to consider numerous pay raise proposals. Having that said, I want to share that in my recent quest running for the Socorro ISD school board during the past 2021 board elections, many of the concerns that I heard from the community that I talked to as I asked for the votes went on to mention that their increase in home values. This in return mirrored an increase in property taxes with a hefty amount coming into the school district. As we consider the adoption of today's or tonight's salary increase, it is important to keep our taxpayers in mind. Presently, our property values have increased dramatically as our country's inflation rate continues to rise, and so will our property taxes. Socorro ISD needs to be fiscally responsible and not roll the bill to the taxpayers. Furthermore, as we continue to focus on the finances of the district, I also wanted to highlight how some of our current board members, whom were endorsed by certain unions, were the same individuals who in 2019 gave our former superintendent, Dr. Espinosa, a 15% raise during an emergency meeting, which totaled more than $50,000. Along with that raise, there were other raises that he continued to receive for following years as teachers were also given raises. In addition to that, this current board rewarded the same individual with a wonderful separation package worth more than $500,000, which was another bill that was passed down to us, the taxpayers. As I ask that our board members are not manipulated by interest groups and that you all think about what is feasible for our district employees, but at the same time does not put a burden on us, the taxpayers. And the last thing, Dr. Carmen, one last minute request. I know that you and several board members have gone to other cities in Texas to look at various academies, and I praise you for that. And that Socorro ISD is opening new academies, which bring new opportunities for our students. I ask that you and the board would consider opening a young women's academy. I feel that this would be a great opportunity to all our young ladies in our district. My youngest daughter was very fortunate to be admitted to the Isleta ISD Young Women's Academy. It is very sad, very, very sad, that she had to go to another district to look for the opportunities that her home district couldn't offer. Once again, thank you all. Have a safe night.
Okay, our next speaker is Lydia Valenzuela.
Well, they told me that I got here too late after my route, that I'm not gonna be on the schedule, so I tore my paper and threw it in the trash. Okay, so I'm sorry, but I just wanna say that good afternoon to all the board. And well, I work here as a bus driver. I'm Lydia Valenzuela, and I've been here for close to 7 years. And I've been a bus driver for 26 years. So as a bus driver, a school bus driver, I just want to ask to the board to take into consideration our job. We probably, not teachers, we don't have that profession, but we also are educators. We're the first ones who see the kids in the morning and welcome them and grateful, I'm also part of the department where we fix the buses. I repair the seats, broken seats. I take care, the equipment for our kids to be transported safely to their schools, which is also that I enjoy to do. Counting all this, that we, because I'm not the only one as a bus driver who do extra stuff. I please ask you guys to take in consideration all the work that we do as a team, right? Because you guys don't get all this money if we don't work as a team. So we ask you for something back. That's all we're doing, ask you for something back. Compensation that we all deserve because we earn it every day, getting up at 4 a.m., taking my kids to daycare, for them to be transported for somebody else, for me to be and come and do my job, which I love a lot. But please take in consideration, as a single mother of 2, we have needs. We need money, literally money, because everybody in the city is asking for more money, gas, food. Everybody's asking for money. We ask you for what we earn. We deserve it. We work for it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Ramos.
I didn't bring my step stool.
I can lift you up.
Good evening, President Mena. Congratulations, sir. And Superintendent Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. My name is Liz Ramos, and I am a special education clerk at Americas High School. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of my peers, the special education clerks. We are here to ask that you all take a few minutes of your time and consider our compensation proposal tonight. With the growing economy, the cost of living going up, it's hard for all of us to make ends meet, especially if you have to live paycheck by paycheck. And this is also why we are trying again for the 3rd time to be reclassified this year. The compensation has not been kept up with the demands of this job. The average annual salary is approximately about $25,000 a year. With gas prices going up, property taxes, food going up, the salary barely gets us through. So not only is our paycheck being affected, but it's also our health. This just adds to the stress that we already feel. This job means a lot to us, and we do this job because many of us either have someone or know someone who is or was in special education. Now, whether it is a son, a daughter, or a grandchild, and we all do it for the same common goal, and that's for the students. So I ask please consider our proposal tonight, and on behalf of our special education clerks and myself, we thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Rudy Martinez.
Good afternoon, President Mena, board members, and Dr. Carmen. Well, I'm here to represent Transportation Department. I've been with the district for over 18 years. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad, but I have kept on going because I enjoy what I do. I love what I do. I'm the parts clerk there. So I've seen from everything there, and we have always asked, we don't ask for much, but we just ask for some consideration. Again, I'm speaking for our mechanics, our shop foremans, our mechanic helpers, our clerks, my other partner, also the bus drivers, the monitors, our clerks, that we really deserve this. We really deserve this. Again, I see the other districts. Some of my family members work for the El Paso district for the Isleta, and I see what they do. But I see that Socorro is such a good district because I came from the El Paso district. I was 11 years there, 18 years here. And I know the Socorro district can offer so much because they're such a good district. And I have spoken to you individually at one time, and I actually did talk to you regarding what we need, what the transportation needs. Of course, we have a good director, Mrs. Jackie. You know, she's been there for over 20 years. She's an awesome person. And I thank her for giving us the opportunity to be there. And again, I'm just asking from the bottom of my heart and from all my employees and all my colleagues, if you can just, give us a little bit hand, because it is true. Cost of living is getting pretty high. And again, if we can't move forward, then we're going to fall back, and we can't, because our district is growing and they're becoming very special to the other districts. Because I know the other districts, are due, they always talk about Socorro, but I know this district's number one. That's why I'm still here with you guys. Thank you, guys. You guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosie Perez.
Good evening, President Mena. Congratulations. Superintendent Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. I am Rosie Perez, former middle school ESL teacher and president of West Texas Alliance. I am here this evening on behalf of the amazing members of educators and staff in our grassroots organization. Their support and trust, willingness to speak up and advocate for their peers, and find resolutions to the concerns that affect employees and students is truly humbling to represent them. Their commitment motivates me to fight harder for the issues that matter to them. In preparing for conversations and meetings with Dr. Carmen, school board members and administrators at the district and campus levels, I have witnessed the birth of ideas and the desire for change that needs to happen to fuel the fire that has burned out for so many of our educators and employees. During the height of the pandemic, teachers were told to be flexible, to pivot, to incorporate, to learn something new, to get out of their comfort zone, not to be mediocre, to help the students get through this, to be graceful, to feel lucky that they have a job, to do it for the kids. When we reached out to district administration to advocate for our members, we were met with, what do they want? More money? Our response was, we want respect. Since the inception, I have that in here, pause for applause, not just kidding. Since the inception of our organization 1 year ago, our motto has been restoring respect to our profession in whatever role or capacity you serve in this district. We also knew that we needed to explicitly show what respect looks like. So, what does respect look like? Respect looks like a concrete, balanced work-life plan with built-in time during the workday for PLCs, training, documentation, lesson planning, and professional development. Respect looks like streamlined, efficient lesson plan requirements that do not take hours to prepare each week. Respect looks like valuing employees and their time by providing a definitive start time and end time to their workdays. Respect looks like a minimal amount of monthly after-school meetings and not violating conference times nor duty-free lunches. Respect looks like reducing workloads by ensuring accountability for everyone that serves students. Respect looks like correctly compensating employees based on their ever-increasing duties. Respect looks like compensating teachers for extra duties and trainings and increasing our teacher, counselor, librarian pay scales past 25 years to honor their years of experience. Just this weekend, we celebrated a Teacher of the Year with 48 years of experience in education. Respect looks like providing the materials and equipment needed to educate students and not always being told that they do not have the money. Respect looks like supporting teachers when they have discipline issues in their classes. Respect looks like a seat at the table, contributing and collaborating on ideas and policies that serve and protect students and employees. Respect looks like raising the minimum wage for hourly employees and compensating them according to their years of service and experience. We understand what it takes to accomplish this, while never losing focus on our students. We appreciate what has already been done to begin to accomplish these goals, and we thank you for also keeping the cost of our health insurance down. We would love a huge raise for every employee, but we understand what it takes for raises to be attainable, fiscally responsible, and sustainable so that we can avoid cutting or privatizing jobs, increasing workloads, preventing our facilities and equipment to fall in disrepair, and ultimately, to not fall short in educating our students. Our members do not want to be pitted against their students for funding for things like artificial turf or restrooms. As Team SISD, we work for the benefit, growth, and success of all students. We are all in this together. RESPECT. This is what it means to you, me, we. Let's seize the opportunities that the pandemic has created because we do not want to go back to normal. Normal was not working. If we go back to the way things were, then we will have lost the lesson. May we rise up and do better. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Tommy Hill.
Congratulations, Mr. President. You look good up there. Thank you, the board, everybody, Ricardo, Mr. Nate Carmen, Pablo, Cynthia, Michael, David, and Paul Guetta. Okay, you want loud? I can give you loud. Okay, so we heard a lot of things today, and a lot of things, this is all correct, but we want to be fiscally. We want a 10%. But can the district do it? I've been in every meeting, every finance meeting, every committee meeting. I heard everything that has gone in every meeting. I heard the downfalls. I heard the upfalls. Everything. And our proposal is going to be direct in what the district can afford. Okay, we received $14.2 billion. No, we didn't receive that, but that's what was the property tax. That's approximately $160 million that the district received. But the payments are coming due from the because Socorro High School cost over $28 million. And we do know those payments are coming due. And we made that thing, and the Socorro High School is going to look lovely. So, after reviewing everything, we come to the conclusion that the district can and should pay their employees a 6% general pay increase for employees, teachers, pay scale, counselors, librarians, diagnosticians, SOP support staff, and non-exempt hourly employees. 4% for administrators. I will do the math on anybody. Cheapest administrator is $85,000. Do it to a 6% on teachers, it averages out. We're recommending 4% for administrators. Bonus, $2,000, recommended in 2 payments. 1 payment in August, 1 payment in November. That bonus will be paid a different way because that can come out of the ESSER funds. So that doesn't have to come out of the budget. And we all know that, the conversations in the way we've done bonuses before. And to make for sure, like we've done before, no stipulations and everybody gets that bonus. And this is the only district that puts no stipulations on their bonus. And we ought to be proud about that. So this has come up to when we need to permanently raise tutoring hourly wage to $40 an hour. It needs to stay at 40. It doesn't need to go back to 30. It needs to go back up to 40. And we need to respect that. We need the placement scale that is going to come with TASB, because we don't want everybody making the same thing from 0 years to 15 years. That placement scale, that scale is in every one of El Paso's proposals. And that needs to stay here. Our hourly employees, we need a $13 minimum wage for this district. We have people at $7.25 an hour. I was talking to a lady today, $7.25, she makes $30 a day. She has 3 kids. That's unacceptable. We can do this. The money is there. We have that. We're not, this is not going overboard. This is attainable. I will be at the next meetings and see if any of the money changes. But this right here is attainable. I didn't give you anything that's not attainable. So thank you very much.
Okay. Our next speaker is Beatriz Chavarri.
Dear President Mena and members of the board, Dr. Carmen, I come to you today to speak on behalf of the teachers and staff in regards our concerns for the upcoming 2022-2023 school year budgeted salary. My name is Beatriz Chavarri. I am a 4th grade WIN teacher at Purple Heart Elementary. I've been working in SISD since 2017 after my family and I moved from Dallas to beautiful El Paso. One of the reasons we decided to come to Socorro ISD was the countless opportunities offered to our students. Just to mention one that summarizes all, we are an A+ district, ladies and gentlemen. And Team SISD, who has made all this possible? Your teachers and your staff that are here today. Your teachers are your best asset, not your facilities or your technology or the resources we get for teaching, which we're really grateful for. It is your teachers that are the soul of the system, as one of the teacher finalists mentioned last Saturday in the Teacher of the Year Gala. We are living a new reality. COVID came to change our lives. Many of our families were left with just one income. Many of them were just only one income. Before that, we were lucky to keep our jobs, and it's been 2 years now, but we're still recovering from it. This year, a good amount of teachers that had to be quarantined at home more than one time lost not only their personal days, but even more, causing the loss of part of their income, more than 60% sometimes in their monthly salary, because their 2nd or 3rd leave wouldn't be approved. Receiving checks for as little as $500. Just to mention one example, one of my coworkers was docked with $2,800 in one single paycheck and had to ask for a personal loan to pay her mortgage and expenses to make it to the end of the month. Like her, There are many others in the present. She is still paying for the loan. These members of the board, superintendent, hurts to the core very, very deeply. Now, add inflation to the equation. According to the CPI, inflation has gone up 8.5% and above for the last 12 months and keeps increasing. As the cost of food, shelter, and gas continue to rise, we can't keep up the pace. Property taxes have gone up nearly as 12%, and it's almost impossible for families with one teacher's income to buy or keep a house. I am one example. I had to sell my house because I couldn't keep up with it. I would also like to compare our district to other districts. The average starting salary in SISD is $54,000, while in other districts is $55,000 and others $60,000. We are getting low stipends and bonuses, even tutoring pay. Many of our SISD teachers are leaving to other districts, even professions. They don't want to be teachers anymore, for all the expectations that they are getting. But still, you can count on the ones staying. Every day we show up to our schools and give our entire selves to meet our students' needs and district expectations. We are here collaborating to become better teachers for our scholars. Weekdays, tutoring, weekend camps, intersessions, summer schools, games, parent nights, PDs, stand and deliver. We are here, we are present for our district, we're present for you. Does that not show how much we care for SISD? I have a challenge for you, dear members of the board, a big challenge. Would you be willing to leave your jobs, your careers, and fill in those teacher positions that are still open and work with us, hand in hand, with the conditions, expectations, and salaries we currently have and are proposing? And let me tell you about this, and this is very personal. When I learned that we were worth 3% increase in salary, it really hurt. I felt insulted. It was an insult to our dedication and to our reality, the reality we are living nowadays. And I am sure that many here present felt the same way. We deserve respect. An unprecedented 10% raise would mean that you really appreciate the educators working for SISD and that you acknowledge our reality. It would bring more quality teachers, and we'd be able to close the gap that COVID left us with. Please, show your teachers that you care, because we will continue to make SISD strive. And this is my question to you, and I know that this is also very personal as the board members. How valuable are we to you, members of the board? Are we really a team? Are we really Team SISD? Thank you for your time and for reconsidering our race as educators and staff. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Manuel Ruiz.
Good evening, President Mena, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Carmen. Hi, Ms. Borrego. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm a storyteller, and you'll see what I mean right now. My parents were ministers. They never focused on our education. They believed that all we, my siblings and I, needed was knowing what it was to have a relationship with God. They paid little attention to our grades and never asked if we had homework. Lucky, huh? When we came home with report cards, they scanned over our grades and then fixed their eyes on our conduct grade. They wanted to see an E for excellent. If we got anything other than an E, we were in trouble. They stressed good behavior and respect for our teachers. They taught us the importance of respecting our teachers. Why? Because that was the right thing to do. When I first started college, I wanted to be a nurse and make a lot of money. After seeing my wife enjoy her journey to becoming a teacher, I decided I wanted that too. I would eventually become a teacher, that whom my parents taught me to respect highly. I couldn't wait to be in my classroom with my students. I bought a shirt and a tie that I would wear on my first day of school. Instead, we were given polo shirts to wear on the first day of school by Miss Borrego. I never wore my shirt and tie. I was so proud to be a teacher, even without a tie. I felt important. Mom and Dad went home way before I became a teacher. They would have been so proud. Teaching was not what I thought it would be. All my professors lied to me. Just kidding. I'm not complaining. Teaching has been beyond rewarding. However, I didn't know that at times I would work until the janitors told me that they would be leaving soon, so I needed to hurry up. Why did I work that late without hesitation? Because there was a lot to do. Because it was the right thing to do. I found myself spending more money on my classroom than what I spend on myself. Why? Because that's the right thing to do. Teachers go way beyond their job description. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. We have become counselors and computer techs for our students like never before. Like never before. Our long hours and never-ending tasks continue. But we do it and still show up with a smile because it's the right thing to do. If you shop for groceries and household goods, you are well aware of how the cost of existence continues to rise. And I want to say that real men shop. We are nowhere near to catching up. Some of us have gone into leave without pay due to COVID days. Deductibles and co-pays are crazy high, from $100 to $250. We have no control over the prices of eggs and gasoline, but your decisions after today can make a difference, a tremendous difference. We are asking for a 10% raise. Not out of greed, but out of need. Not 2%, not 3%, or 6%, but 10%. That's all. Sometimes we tip more than that for okay service. Teachers are not just okay. We are absolutely amazing. We deserve respect. 2% is disrespectful. Please honor our request. Show us some respect. Give us at least a 10% raise. It's the right thing to do. I will be praying for you.
Okay, our next speaker is Abigail Tapia. Abigail Tapia. Is she not here? Going once. There she is.
Ms. Tapia had to leave in an emergency, so I am reading what she wanted to say to the board. So I'm here to talk to you about the principal position at H.D. Hilly. I have emailed all the board members and Dr. Carmen the petition signed by the stakeholders of H.D. Hilly. It has been months since our children's campus has had an assigned principal. We were so fortunate that Mr. Alvarez stepped up and has done an amazing job running the school. Yes, he has been the one person we see daily. The community wants an explanation on how the process of selecting a principal failed our community. During the original interview process, an administrator was chosen by the community members, interview committee, SISD cabinet, including the interim superintendent. Why have this process if you can simply override it with the will of the community? Please don't say that you were waiting for the superintendent. You had just approved the principal of Ben Narberth. Did you not realize Hilly would need a principal? Or did you figure Mr. Alvarez could manage the school, so no worries? Can you please explain how the wants and the needs of over 700 stakeholders was overridden by 4 members of this board? Does your agenda supersede the community of HD Hilly? Do you not value the members of our community? You approved Mr. Miranda to leave Hilly to ensure the community of Ben Narberth had an administrator who was looking out for their school. Are the needs of the school north of the freeway more important than the school in a lower valley? In this process, you denied both communities an administrator who could dedicate 100% of his energy to the success of either school. Was there an error during the original interview process in the decision to restart the interviews? Were the second interviews truly fair process? Is this simply a way to choose who you want? We took our time out of our day to attend the community meeting, missed work to be part of this interview committee, and now you are going to announce someone we simply did not choose. Tell me again how Team SISD is you, me, and we. Apparently, it's just you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Eric Oshifsky. Did I say that right?
Close enough. Okay. I am as surprised as you are that I'm here. Good evening, President Mena, Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. My name is Eric Olszewski, and I don't work for the district. Though SISD has an amazing reputation. The school board is brilliant, and I have a few friends in SISD, and you have some amazing teachers working for you. I'm here to give you a break from the 10% raise stuff, though I do think that you all deserve it, truly. And I've written my speech in the lobby and on my hand. So this is just for you guys. I'm here to advocate for the Socorro Fine Arts teachers and staff. Preparation periods are fundamentally important to creating an effective and successful school culture. For the last 2 years, fine arts elective teachers have been saddled with one prep. While this may have made a modicum of sense last school year, a one prep schedule is no longer viable for teachers whose class loads top 240 students, many of whom are a mix of special needs, GT, and secondary language learners. It's hard to differentiate when you don't have the time to do so. Teachers need the opportunity to plan lessons and prepare for extracurricular events, including art shows, choir and orchestra programs, band competitions statewide, and theater arts UIL contests. Lastly, continuing to implement a one prep policy for Socorro Fine Arts departments fosters a negative school culture predicated on inequity in the workplace. While they may not contend with state testing, the fine arts teachers and their courses are the foundation upon which every school culture is based. I sincerely hope you will take these remarks into consideration and reinstate the two prep policy for your fine arts teachers. Thank you for your time.
And I believe our last speaker is Melissa Melendez. Oh, no, we have this. No.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Melissa Melendez. I've been a bus driver for 14 years. I worked here in transportation for 7 years. I'm here representing the transportation department, and we're all asking for your vote so we can get a pay rate salary increase, because we feel that we're getting underpaid. We're considered professional bus drivers, but yet we feel that we're not getting paid as professional bus drivers. And also the monitors, they work very hard. You know, we're here in and out day and night. Miss Jackie knows how hard it is to get the employees to get the work out, and they get it done. And they go home to their families 11, 12 at night and get up again, do it all over, and we're here asking for your vote for you to give us a pay increase. You have the solution in your hands, and we're asking for you to please give back. Like I had said, I have been here for the other meetings, and we have asked for the same, for a scale pay rate for the seniority who have been here for 10, 15, 20 years. And the new people that are coming in are getting paid as much as we are. And we're asking for you to increase the pay scale. And I also want to ask you, like the other members have asked, for your challenge. Come and get paid $70 an hour to see if you can make it for 2 weeks and pay. Everything is expensive, food, gas, everything has gone up. I want to switch for one day. Come on the bus get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Come and sit down on the bus. Come drive the bus with the students when it's hot, cold, when it's windy, to see what it feels like for us to come here every day. I'm not complaining about my job because I love what I do. It's easy for us to go find something else, but no, all of us are here because we like what we do. And I don't know why you haven't given us a response. We were here in February and back in October, and we talked to the other superintendent. Now we're talking to this new superintendent, and hopefully, you will make a change. We are asking for your vote. You have the solution, so please give us your vote and raising, the pay scale for the transportation employees. Thank you.
Okay, we do have one more speaker, and that's Tommy Hill. What was that, Tommy? You want to talk when we get to it? Okay. Hope I don't forget about it. We've been at it, guys, for almost 2 hours. Can we take a break? A 5-minute break? I got 7:52. Let's come back at 8 o'clock, guys. Number 8, public hearing.
Hold on, we got three. All right.
Yes, President
Okay.
Meta. Oh, sorry.
Number 8, public hearing. Mrs. Macias.
Yes, sir. President Mena, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, tonight will serve as our 7th public hearing. Mr. Perez, our Transportation Operations Route Specialist, will present the 2022-23 proposed hazardous routes definition and a list of areas that qualify and no longer qualify as hazardous. Mr. Perez.
President Mena, congratulations. Good evening. Dr. Carmen, members of the board. Once again, my name is Adrian Perez, and I will present to you the proposed hazardous routes for the next school year, 2022-2023. As per district policy, we post in our local newspaper, El Paso Times, in a Spanish edition, El Diario. We also conducted phone calls and sent postcards to all individuals affected by these hazardous routes, as well as conducted meetings up to this point, to this meeting tonight. Those are the routes, community meetings that we conducted at the various campuses that are more affected by these routes. Our team consists of Ms. Gutierrez, our Director of Transportation, Jaime Gonzalez, Judy Moore, Mr. Lizarraga, Jose Sierra, Joe Sierra as our coordinators, Mr. Montellano and myself, Operation Route Specialist. This is as per Education Code 42.155D, and there's no changes on the previous approved definitions. The definition is as follows. No walkway is provided, an area is designated as presenting as a high risk of violence, or students must walk along or cross freeways, traffic, underpass, bridges, industrial areas or commercial areas, and other comparable conditions such as flooding and hazardous road crossings. The following are, the continuum will be in black, and new areas that we'll discover as we go and survey the areas, and we are new to the are new for considered to be hazardous. In America's High School, there's only one new area that was found to be under major construction. All the rest has been previously approved and will continue to provide transportation for students. This area is for John Drugan. If you can see it on the bottom right, is major construction there. I believe is Pelicano area is under construction, as well as the area within the red markings is all housing development, so students have a hard time going to school. On East Lake High School, once again, there's only 2 new areas that are considered to be hazardous new areas. All the rest will continue to transport students due to these conditions. And once again, these are students that live under the 2-mile radius for them to be considered students that need transportation. We transport all students are above 2-mile radius. And this is the area. The students will encounter these barriers to go to school. And the new school, Ben Arbeth, all this area is under construction, as well as major traffic already. For El Dorado High School feed and parent, we only found one area, new area for these hazardous conditions. All the rest will continue the same. And this is the square dance area, which is still, you can see to the right, there's no walkways. There's no safe pathway for the students to go to school. For Manwood High School area, there's no new areas. All areas have been previously found to be under hazardous conditions, such as walking the Loop 375, major traffic artery. For Socorro High School students as well, there's no new areas that are under construction or any, and we'll continue to transport these previously found hazardous conditions, which include a resolution passed by the Socorro, which is this one. For Pebble Hills High School feed and pattern, we found 2 new areas which is still under construction, and a new area that student has to walk through a expressway, freeway, or commercial. This is the area for Carrasco, Dr. Carrasco Elementary, which is, all this is still under construction. For Manuel Puentes and Battle Elementary, there's a new complex, apartment complex that has been built behind a commercial area. And these students need to be transported as well as walking on the Zaragoza Road, which is at this point is 55 miles per hour, which is extremely dangerous. And the following are areas that are no longer qualified that have shown improvement in the walkways, crossway, traffic lights, or school zones, and also the construction has been terminated. For Eastlake High School, we have all the Sparks area, Covington, and Manzanita, which we'll show in the map. And to your right, you will see the construction has been completed. There's a safe pathway where students can travel to school. For Jose Carrasco, there's one area that's been found. This area to be removed. As you can see on the right side, all construction for development has been completed, and they started a new phase on the bottom. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions?
Can you go back to the slide where you were showing the Sparks area?
The Sparks area? Of course.
Right there.
Okay.
Is this the Sparks or is this a newer subdivision area?
This is the new subdivision that was under construction. Students will have to travel. It was closed. Now it's open and it's finally completed.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand I remember from back in high school. Their area, a lot of there's still not a lot of sidewalks. So I just want to make sure that older part of Sparks isn't being affected.
Yes, there's a floating zone. All those students to that side will continue to receive transportation. We're just, if you can see the bottom red line, that's the float zone. All students to the upper side, there's construction completed, and there's pathways and walkways that they can cross with.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you.
President Mena, this is to serve as our 7th public hearing. Are there any stakeholders that would like to share any of their thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we move to district reports, facility reports. Mr. Presenter is Gabriel Crespo.
Good evening, President Mena, Dr. Carmen, Superintendent, and members of board members, I'm sorry. Before I start with the report, I wanted to congratulate you, the new elected officials. In page number 39 is when it starts the construction report. Facilities report. I start with the Socorro High School. Phase 1 is occupied, and still we are working in some of the punch list items. Phase 2 is the one that is under construction. The area of the fine arts and CTE is the one that we have more advanced in is we're doing finishes. The area of the administration and the early college, we are preparing walls, we're preparing floors for finishes. The area of the dressing rooms, we have all the CMU done, and we are working on painting the walls. The pit, that is the main gym, we are working on finishes. The auxiliary gym, we are still working in roughing in some of the walls. You can see the pictures, aerial pictures. The first one, the one in my left, it shows the complete phase 2. That is the one that you can see without the white roof. Only part of the area of the fine arts is with the white roof. The one in the left, the right, is the one that shows the main entrance, that is the administration and early college area. There's a view of the auxiliary gym, where it's still working in the electrical, mechanical, plumbing roughings and preparing for finishes. The view of the main gym, the pit, and we are doing finishes. The view of installation, this is the main area, the front, the main entrance. Still, we are framing and doing a roughing for the electrical, mechanical, and plumbing. The view of the administration that shows that we are preparing walls for finishes and preparing floors for finishes. The fine arts area, you can see the dance room and the community room. You can see that we are working on finishes. In the area of CTE, the dental lab and the patient care lab, we are working on finishes. This is the view of the outside of the weight room. Still, we're working on leveling and roughings. The view in the interior of the weight room is still under the roughing and preparing walls for finishes. Any questions in Socorro High School? I'm sorry, I don't have the book, so I need to get. Thank you very much. The next one is Mountwood High School improvements. In the original design, we finished with all the improvements. We are working only in punch list items. We have additional work that is some of the floor for the existing or the old band room area and the old orchestra area. All the materials is in order, and we're waiting for them to come in order for us to start the installation. The other item that we are going to be able to start pretty soon is going to be the parking lot. That one, we received the bids, and only we need to do the recommendation, approve the recommendation, and go and do give the okay to the contractor to start. I don't know if you have any questions in Mountwood High School. Next one is America's High School improvements. We finished with all the improvements in America's High School, and we are working in punch list items, in warranty items. We are preparing the final change order in order for Dr. Carmen to sign it, and we can continue with the process for the last payment. Any questions in America's High School? El Dorado High School improvements. We're still working in black box building, the gallery, the cafeteria addition, biomedical labs, and the roofing and HVAC upgrade, and the mariachi room, and most of the work that needs to be done is inspections. And the mariachi room is the one that is the last. Well, mariachi room and the teachers' workrooms are the ones that are a little behind, not because behind in the schedule, but is the last part of the improvements that we need to finish. And that ones are the mariachi rooms are in finishes, and we are very close to finish that area. The courtroom is the one that is that we need to, well, that is the most behind, and is the one that we are doing rough-ins and still working on walls. Any question in El Dorado High School? The new activity center, student activities complex. That one in the Prex box area, we're working in the foundation. We are finishing installing piers, and then we can continue with the foundation and the underground installations. The building, what we call the district building, that is when the fine arts is going to be using. That one, we're working in the over excavation. In the visitor side building, that one we are working on the leveling and finishes with the building pad. That's the main work that we're doing in the student activity complex. Do you have any question with that ones? Support service and technology. Sorry. The support service and technology project. That one, that building is occupied. We are working on the final change order at this time, and we have some punch list items that we need to finish. Do you have any questions on that one? The East Lake High School sport lighting. The only thing that is missing is some testing that we need to finish and then work in the final payment. Sorry. Any questions in that one? New campus school in the East Lake area. We are preparing the elementary side of the combo in order for us to open it in July. We have a schedule for the first week of June to start with the mobilization of furniture. We are going to storage at the beginning, and then at the end of June, we're going to start installing it, or the first week of July. Probably it's going to be the second week because the first week the district is closed. This aerial picture shows the area of the middle school, and the top part is the classroom area. Then in the right side is the administration and library. In the middle area is the cafeteria, and then
in the left, you see the kitchen area. This is how it looks, the classroom area, the special ed rooms. This is, we are right now installing floors in 2 touch-ups and finish. The stage area, we are doing finishes. The administration area, you can see the conference room is, we have carpet, we have all the finishes done. We need to do touch-up and little items that we need to correct. This is the hallway in the computer area. That is the middle school area. Classroom corridor, this is in the middle. This is the one that is, we're still doing rough-ins and finishing with the walls. The kitchen, we have the floor done. Now, very soon, we're going to start installing all the kitchen equipment. The gym, this is really the cafeteria area, but we for the middle school, and we're doing finishes. Any questions in the Campo High School? One of the things is that we're working with the fire marshal early so we can check all the items that he has concerns, and we can open without problem the school. The next one is the bus canopy structure. That one, we are at the end. We are doing, we need to do some inspections and finish some of the items, small items, in order for us to request final inspection. You can see this is the structure that it says already finished. All the electrical is finished, and there's some little items that we need to finish. You can see the aerial view of the metal structure. That is the blue one that is in between the 2 existing structures. The last one is the maintenance office facility. We'll receive plans. We are going to start checking them, and then we are going to schedule when we're going to start bidding that one up. This is the air picture is the plans. It shows that it's going to be in front of the bus facility. There's the floor plan of the new facility, and that concludes the report. Do you have any questions?
Any questions?
Sure.
No, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, we will move forward with consent agenda. At this time, is there any items to be pulled? There is one item that we're going to pull. Mr. Tommy Hill is, we're going to pull 10E2.
Call it out, call the item.
Okay, I need a motion.
Read the item.
And, I need to read the item. Charter Bus Services, RFP, solicitation to obtain charter bus services is needed to district-wide maximum of $300,000. Need a motion?
Okay, motion to approve excluding the stated item?
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Opposed.
All opposed? Motion passes. And then, Tommy?
Okay.
You're all right.
I do want to go over this item because it seems a little excess. Now, we do have 4 buses that we can put out at one time, and there's 5 buses, but one has to be, stay back in just case one breaks down. $300,000, I wanted to know if this cost us because the program was not running for some time, if that is some type of cost. Now, we did not, we were talking about buses and stuff. I even brought you guys one just to show you, but this is $300,000. We need to double this fleet, not put it on this budget, but we need to get better buses. And I'm not saying get rid of the old buses, but we need to get a bigger fleet. Not for this budget. You guys got your hands full on this budget. I would not want to put anything on your table for this budget because we already heard about this budget. So, but for next year, we need to double the fleet. We need to look into that. We need to get better buses, safer buses for our students and stuff. And there is some questions about this because that is a lot of money for that. Why are we paying that? That seems excessive when we do have buses. Now, I want to see if that's any cost because the fleet could not run for a little while. Now, I got my opinions about that, but there's some questions that need to be answered. And I am hoping that we can answer these questions and we can look forward to doubling this fleet up because we need to look into it. And I just showed you a type of bus. I don't care what vendor. That's not my choice or I want it to be. But we need more and we need to service our people more. Now, they say on one of these things they were talking about when the bands all go and do their thing. Well, if you guys remember back when we did these 20 diesel buses, we tried to get something that would work for the bands. We tried to get under departments. We actually had that approved. But is it our fault that a director that left this area took that off the table? That would have worked. But why, in this district, do we let people make decisions that are going out the door? That should not be happening. We should never let someone that is going out the door refuse something to be put onto something because that would help us with our bands. So when someone says that we would have had help with our bands, we missed the boat because we let that man take it off the project. So we need to think about this in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Motion to approve item 10E2.
Second.
Discussion?
Discussions?
I just wanted to, clarify, just kind of remind everybody what the item on the agenda is. The RFP is just a request for us to be able to obtain proposals from participants, which then we would select as the providers of those, because $300,000, I agree, sounds like a lot, but it doesn't say that we're going to spend $300,000. What it says is that we anticipate we could spend up to $300,000, and then it's up to each of the individual schools to, then go out if they happen to need the services and request or contract or, arrange for those services. I would hope that maybe, as the program picks up, as we have bus drivers available, et cetera, that we would always prioritize using, our buses first. But we still need a backup plan. If all our buses go out at the same, are out on the road at the same time, or if in the instance, if we do have one bus and it breaks down, we send the extra bus, and then another one, something were to happen to the second one, then we would need some type of agreement, some type of service provider to go out there and help us, address that particular situation. So again, just a reminder, this is just a request. This is not, money spent. It's nothing. It's just what we anticipate so that we can get favorable pricing, and the vendors can make informed decisions on what they offer us based on the amount that we anticipate to spend. That's all.
Mr. Mena?
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah,
This item came up last year about the charter bus services, and of course, our charter fleet is well-aged. And it's something that Dr. Carmen would have to identify whether we're going to go the route of building up our charter fleet and allow us to transport our own students, or are we going to go and continue this by requesting charter services out of our district? So it's something we just need to start looking into again.
Anybody else? Okay, at this time, I have a motion by Mrs. Nájera and a second by Mr. Morales. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next item, we go to new business. 11A, consider approval of additional administrator certified probationary contract recommendations for 2022 and 2023 school year. Mr. Thomas Radlinger.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Mena, Superintendent Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. Administration is requesting approval of the additional administrator certified probationary contracts recommendations for the 2022-2023 school year. This information has been verified by the Department of Human Resources and was presented to you in your weekly packet. Administration recommends consideration and approval of this item as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Nájera and a second by Mr. Morales. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. 11B, consider approval of additional professional contract recommendations for the school year 2022-2023. Info, Mr. Thomas Rillinger.
Good evening again, Board President Mr. Mena, the Superintendent Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. Administration recommends consideration and approval of the additional 2022-2023 professional contract recommendations for teachers, librarians, nurses, counselors, speech-language pathologists, therapists, and educational diagnosticians. This information has been verified by the Department of Human Resources and was presented to you in your weekly packet. Administration recommends consideration and approval of this item as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Morales and a second by Mr. Barrera. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next item is 11C, consider approval of change of order for the installation of the traffic controls as required by the County of El Paso along Bob Hope Drive, Air Coupe Way, Skyblazer Place. Mr. Ralph Padilla. Mr. David.
David, could I? Yes, sir. Good evening, President Mena, Superintendent Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. My name is David Carrasco, Director of Maintenance Operations. We're here to ask for approval of change order for the installation of the traffic controls program for Ben Narbeth Elementary School. As it was presented, we have our intent is to have the contractor complete the traffic control for the school, and that would be completed once with the construction of the campus. That way, it'd be ready for entry for students in July, end of July. Any questions?
Questions?
I do also.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carrasco, we approved $215,000 for this in April. So what's the difference between now and the addition of another 164?
If I'm correct,
It's a reduction?
yes.
Yeah, no,
Or did it say
it's
that?
part of the 215 is the 164. Is that was for the other projects plus the Cambo School. This is only part of the 215 is the 160.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's not that we are doing additional one. And the other thing is that we are not going to do the complete plan because you approved that plan last board meeting. See, we are not going to be able to finish because Bajo in the part of the in front of the school still is not prepared for us to finish the striping or to finish some of the signage. There's if you can put the, I believe
Let me see.
we have the,
Question?
there's the plan, and you can see the areas that are in red. It's areas that is still, the developer is not finished. So we are not gonna be able to do that area. And we are, when they finish, we're gonna have to come back and ask for more money to finish that area.
So the initial proposal, Mr. Crespo, was the entirety of the work, all the crosswalks, all the flashing lights, everything else. And the reason that you're coming with a reduction from 215 down to the 164 is since the construction of those roads, the streets, is not complete. Right now, it's still bare dirt. There's nothing for us to be able either to paint or to put up the lights or anything else because it's just dirt.
Yes.
But at some point in the future, when they actually finish constructing the roads and the sidewalks and everything else in those red areas, then we'll see you back here again so that we can go ahead and complete the remaining areas.
And just for information, that would include the parkway signage. It'll include the curb cuts to allow for the entrance, and also include the installation of the concrete ramps or the concrete barriers for the lighting posts, signals, traffic signals.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yes.
Any-
The other thing, I'm sorry, is that we are going to buy the flashers and provide that to the contract.
Since this is in the, I'm sorry.
And then the contractor,
You're fine. Go ahead.
Mr. Crespo, so since this is in the county, this is where we are able to purchase the flashers at a lesser price than if we were purchasing them in the city. They'll still be monitored, maintained, whatever by the county, but we're able to purchase the cheaper ones, correct?
Well, the difference is that in the city, they want electrical flashers.
Only. Mhm.
And they control all these by a system. In the county, they let us install solar flashers. And that way we can, it's less costly and because we don't need to have a service for the electric company.
Okay.
and if I may, we'll be working with the contractor. The contractor will work with the county, get it accepted, and then once that takes place, the county will be the one that'll maintain it and control.
Okay. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. Yes, ma'am. Oh, wait a minute.
Have to approve.
Yes. So,
Was there a motion?
was there a motion on the floor?
I don't
No.
believe
Motion
so.
to approve?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Nájera and a second by Mr. Barrera. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, moving on to 11D. Consider approval of the designations of the 2022-2023 hazardous routes for Socorro ISD. Ms. Maribel Macias.
President Mena, Dr. Mena, members of the board. As I fumble through my mask. Administration recommends approval of the hazardous routes as presented by Mr. Perez.
Motion to approve?
I have a motion by Ms. Nájera and a second by Mr. Guerra. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Consider approval of revisions of the TASB update 118 and local policy. Mrs. Macias again.
Yes, Mr. Mena, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, administration recommends consideration and approval of the revisions to the following policies as presented. Local policy CH, TASB updates for 118, which is policy DP, EHBC, FEA, and FL. I provided on your dais a copy of policy EIE local. As recommended by one of our board members during executive, is to actually outline legal policy EIE. So what we did, if you look at page 5 of 5, instead of just referring to policy EIE legal for parental option for retaining, we actually listed that information there. That way parents didn't have to refer directly to the legal policy. It was listed in local. Motion to approve all policies as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have motion by Mr. Guerra and a second by Mr. Nájera. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Discussion and possible action to provide notice to the City of Socorro Police Department to end engagement of the Emergency Response Team Memorandum of Understanding. Dr. Carmen.
Thank you, Mr. Mena, Board of Trustees. It's brought to my attention that we have an MOU with the City of Socorro Police Department to help support an emergency response team. And the commitment from this, I believe, currently is 3 of our officers will train a minimum of 8 hours per month. I think currently they are training either bi-weekly or monthly. My belief is that a school district police department primary responsibility is to protect our campuses, our students, and our employees that are on those campuses. Entering into this agreement pulls a few of our officers for training, and should an event take place outside of the school district boundaries within the City of Socorro, they could be called out to assist with that situation. Again, not our campuses, not our students, in my opinion, not our responsibility. Additionally, the liability, as stated on page 251 in the board book, section 8 of this MOU, states that each agency will accept their own liability for this. I'm sure Mr. Blanco would love to elaborate on this. School district, of course, enjoys sovereign immunity, but I don't know that serving in this type of capacity outside of the school district, providing support in the city, not our school district, I'm not sure we want to face that legal challenge should that come up, and decide whether or not sovereign immunity would cover our district in that instance, nor the qualified immunity for our employees, whether or not they're acting within the scope of their work as a school police department if they were acting out in the community. So my recommendation is that we pull out of this agreement. We give our notice, I think, which requires 60 days to the City of Socorro. And should an instance arise where an emergency response team is necessary, that the City of Socorro would use the services through the County Sheriff's Department, which I believe has an existing emergency response team.
So moved.
Open for discussion. Go ahead.
I do have questions about this, Dr. Carmen, because this MOU, we've entered into it 2 years ago. And I understand what you're saying, that it is our schools, but it's also our community. And if something were to happen at one of our schools, I would want as much help as we could possibly get to assist in a crisis situation. And that's what the City of Socorro Police Department is agreeing to with this MOU.
No, ma'am.
It is a joint effort that we assist them and they assist us.
At this time, there are 4 highly trained SWAT teams that serve El Paso County. El Paso Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you have Border Patrol BORTAC, you have
The county sheriff's.
The county sheriff's office. These are all highly trained. El Paso Police Department has a full-time SWAT team. There are SWAT officers that are not on the full-time SWAT team and actually have their gear in the cars to respond at any time. These people are available countywide, and they have responded beyond the county to assist other agencies, and that's where the MOU should be, is just having them respond. The liability does not fall on this district. We cannot afford to take a hit on a federal case and have to spend all that extra money on attorney fees when we don't need to incur the liability. These schools, the police department is designed for the safety and security of our campuses. You know, you can go by a campus in the morning and there's nobody out there directing traffic or helping with the traffic load out there. I brought this up with the interim. It was ignored. The traffic's still out there. I understand a couple of kids that got hit at one of the campuses because of lack of patrol out there, which we hire them for. You know, 2 years ago you hired, 2-3 years ago you hired, 30 officers to be assigned per campus. I haven't seen that at any of my campuses.
And I'm just going to add to that, 8 hours of training just a day, and I've partaken with these individuals, 8 hours is not enough. These are skilled individuals that need to be tactically skilled to be able to execute these kind of risk. And there's entities within our county that are capable, highly capable of doing this. So to bring on that liability to us in just 8 hours it's a liability. I mean, there's constantly training. They do this every day, day in, day out. Our officers aren't able to do that. But this is for us to also assist the city of Socorro with the, high-risk warrant. Officers, I can guarantee you, are not, and probably even, no offense to the other officers that are here, but there is training that is involved in that because you create that liability. I mean, there's 2 law enforcement officers that are speaking up on this, and it's obviously a concern to us.
I'd like to ask Chief Castorina's opinion on this.
Board President Mena, Superintendent Dr. Carmen, members of the board. Well said. You're absolutely right. There are major, well-trained SWAT teams, tactical response teams. However, I think we would all agree that any major incident is over within the first 6 minutes. And those gentlemen are never going to get here within those first 6 minutes. I think we learned that from Walmart. The objective behind this MOU was exactly that, to try and minimize that time frame. It wasn't to go out and incur any kind of liability. It exists, and it exists every day. When our kids show up to school every morning, we're incurring that liability. And it's not a question, I think, of if, it's more a question of when. So the idea behind this MOU with the City of Socorro and the Town of Horizon was to have cooperation, that collaboration between our officers, their officers, when we're out there. Now, I understand that call-outs after hours could be a problem. However, our officers go home at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock at the end of the day. So if they're going to get called out, we would more than likely take a support type setup after that. The chances that the liability on something like that would occur after hours is far minimal. And so really, when you think about the community as a whole and what their thoughts are on something like this, I think they might disagree with what you're saying. And it's not to say that I'm disagreeing, sir. It's just that I have to think about that every day when the kids are in school. And that's really what the bottom line is here. And so
You just said it in your own statement there. First 6 minutes, it's over, right?
Yes, sir.
In my career, it took an average of about 30 minutes for a SWAT team to actually assemble and get an entry team going.
That's even
So it's
longer.
long over.
It's
You
long
know,
over.
the training really needs to be an active shooter training.
Yes.
And how much time have you spent with the El Paso Police Department? You know, vast majority of our schools sit in the city of El Paso.
We are going through that right now.
Yeah, well, I remember when I was on the department, it was pulling teeth to try to get you to help us to train together. You know, do you do it with the Socorro? I mean, with the sheriff's department? You know, these are the agencies you need to train with because
Upon
they're going to be
request.
there, and there's no officers on the campus, so they may be there before our police department are even there.
That may
So
be.
when,
that
so
may
what needs to
be.
be looked at is more of an active shooter training for officers, because that's exactly what it is, and you just said it. It's more of an active shooter, so I highly doubt any other entity, if there's a situation at a school, I highly doubt that law enforcement entity is not gonna wanna respond to it. So it's more of an active shooter, not as a SWAT, you know, or a special response team. It's
more-
active shooter, and that's what they're training now towards a lot of law enforcement officers to do exactly just that. But on the MOU, why wasn't there one with the El Paso Police Department or with the sheriffs?
They didn't ask, sir.
Why didn't you reach out to them?
We are currently undergoing an active shooter drill with them as we speak. Since last week, we've been rotating officers through a live scenario training at one of the schools on the west side here in El Paso with DPS, the El Paso Police Department, the Sheriff's Office. And it's exactly what we're talking about here right now.
So we're
Now-
talking about active shooter, or we're talking
We're
about
talking
an SRT?
active shooter. Okay, now, the training you just mentioned right now, it's extensive. You're absolutely right. This was an opportunity to gain an opportunity to have some of that training for our officers who otherwise probably wouldn't get it. So there's a lot of things that were beneficial. If the decision tonight is still to move away from it, I understand. I just think we need to explore then other avenues on how we're going to acquire this training for the officers. We're doing it, like I said, right now with the other agencies here locally. You want to come by, I can make an arrangement for you all to see exactly what's going on. Our officers are enduring high-stress situations during an active shooter event out of school. And I think it's great. That training came around because of Walmart. And it's an opportunity to try to bring us all together for the common good. And that is that we hope not to have that type of event. You're correct. Every agency in the city is going to respond the way they did for Walmart. It's what we do in those minutes, that hour before they respond, that is going to be important, and I think is going to be holding us more in liability for failure to train, for failure to have those MOUs, than if we take every opportunity that we can, like we are right now.
So do we need an MOU to ensure that our officers are having more training, if that's what you feel that is that they
I
need?
think it
Because
would
it
be a
sounds
good
like you're
idea.
saying that they need more training.
I think
So
it
if they
would be
need
a
more
good idea.
training, I mean, I think the board can agree that.
No, it sounds to me like what he's saying is this MOU provides the opportunity for training at no cost to us.
No cost.
And so why do away with the MOU if one of the things that it provides is an opportunity for free training? I mean, yeah, it's not, I can assure you, just by listening to you all, I can assure that it's not sufficient training, but, you know, it's just one more opportunity for training to try and address the need. And so why do away with the MOU and get rid of the training? What are we going to do in place of it?
This is not a
It sounds to
training
me like we
MOU.
need.
This is not a training
Well, the
MOU.
MOU specifically states that what's
This is for a,
included, and so
SWAT
did the
team to
discussion.
respond outside school property to assist the city of Socorro. That's what this MOU is about.
Right, but the MOU goes both ways. So if we respond to them, and how many instances, Chief, in the last 2 years have there been of that?
Two.
Two. And so if there's a situation in our schools, then they would respond to us as well.
You need to read the whole MOU too, because
Well,
when
don't
you
assume
have a
I didn't
SWAT
read it.
team- When you have a SWAT team,
Because I read
you
the
don't
MOU.
have where is the crisis team in
If
this?
I may, it's not a SWAT team, sir.
Well, it's a tactical response team. Call it what you want. It's still
Oh, it says emergency response team. It's written right here, because I did read it.
Where is the crisis team on this, to negotiators in this? It's not anywhere in this plan.
Currently have
So-
4 negotiators in our
And
department.
then the next thing, when you have a SWAT team, you got to worry about secondary devices. Are there explosives? Are you going to come to us next time and say, I need bomb dogs? I need a robot to sniff and what's next?
I don't want to.
We don't go that. This is exceeding the scope of what the police department is designed for. It's to protect the campuses. Put the officers at the campuses where they are required. So if the situation comes down, we already have somebody there to start the response, waiting for the backup.
Our officers, sir, have responded to every incident
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
being called for in our school district. I did provide Dr. Carmen a breakdown of our response times and the number of calls that we've had since the beginning of the year. I could share those with you if you like.
President Mena,
Yes, go ahead.
I live in the city of Socorro. And if this is just an MOU, it's not gonna cost us money. I don't see why we wanna do away with it. One of our top district strategic strategy, one of our top 5 district strategics is safe and supportive learning environment. And that's what we're doing, a safe and supporting learning environment from the city of Socorro to help us out. And I don't know why we wanna do away with it if it's only helping us.
Motion was made.
If I may, on that, I believe we started with the liability.
Paul made a motion.
And the possibility of,
Where's the discussion?
and we've lost sight. I think the issues here, the liability and incurring in the expense if something was to severely take place. So,
Mr. Mena?
Yes,
If
go
I
ahead,
may?
sir.
excuse me,
Yes,
may
go
I
ahead.
finish?
I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
No, I didn't finish.
Go ahead.
So if we can, let's stick to that issue and discuss it. I know we're getting out of the topic here, but I believe that's how it started.
Yes, sir.
And we should continue
Well,
talking about that.
With regard to the liability, sir, I couldn't give you an amount. Thankfully, that hasn't happened. Is it possible? It's possible every day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mena? every person in here, including this district, has liability insurance. We don't know on any given day what's gonna happen. And that's why we have insurance. It doesn't mean this MOU with the City of Socorro Police Department is a huge liability. I think it is a bigger help to our district for additional safety measures, to have additional people respond if we were to need it, then it is a liability risk.
So I want I want somebody to answer me this question, and preferably on the board. If one of the officers go out after working hours and they assist the City of Socorro with the high-risk search warrant, because that's part of the MOU, is that they're gonna go help them with search warrants. Our officer shoots an innocent person, guess who's liable? We are. Why were our officers executing a high-risk warrant after hours when their priority is the campuses? That's what I wanna know. Can somebody answer me?
Do we assist with after-hours warrants?
We have not gotten a request. And if we ever did, sir, our officers would probably get there well after the fact, if they even went. Because that's something that would still have to be approved by me, and I would more than likely decline.
So then, what's
It's
the problem?
there, but it's there available for officers to go.
There was a lot of ifs in his statement.
Well, there's a lot of ifs everywhere.
Okay,
What
well,
it
then
sounds
we'll
to
just
me
end
like
it
the
right
biggest
now.
liability, going back to the question of liability is that we do away with this MOU and something happens at one of our campuses, and because we did away with this MOU, we don't have an opportunity for a police department that neighbors us
Something
to
happens
assist
at
in our
Purple
response.
Heart.
I was not done,
How is the City
sir.
of Socorro gonna get up to Purple Heart?
Let him finish, please. Let him finish.
Let him finish, please. Go ahead, Mr. Nahara.
What I was saying is that it would be, what's the liability there if we don't have an agreement and therefore we don't have officers who could respond to our situation until they would happen to get a hold of the chief and say, Chief, is it okay? Or I don't know what the requirements are, but it would seem that having an MOU in place that dictates exactly what each of our responsibilities is would help address that and allow us to plan immediately for the response.
So, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Castellano, go ahead.
The City of Socorro will never be able to make it in time to respond to a call at Purple Heart. There's the City of El Paso right there. There's City of, the Sheriff's Department's down the street there too.
And in the same token, the lower valley schools, we have no
You have the
El Paso
Sheriff's Department.
police. We have the City of Socorro police there. So it'll be a perfect timing for I live in the City of Socorro, and you're right, by the time they go to Purple Heart, it's gonna be too long. But if something happens at Rojas School, Socorro High School, City of Socorro police will be right there.
Yeah, the Sheriff's Department would also be there too.
So if I'm understanding, you're saying that if we take this MOU, the City of Socorro is not gonna respond to a call at one of our campuses down in the valley? Because that's what I'm hearing.
I couldn't answer that. I'm not with the City of Socorro, and I'm
But
pretty sure that they
with
would-
regard to the MOU, that's what it's pretty much indicating, what I keep hearing say, is that if we respond to and help them, they're gonna come and help and respond to us. But you just got done saying too that I'm gonna decline it if we have to execute a high-risk warrant, so why have the MOU?
And you all are gonna decide on that tonight, sir.
So my question can be answered.
Yeah, and in turn, they can do the same to us, just like you're making a decision based on the fact that you don't want to, let's say, jeopardize the lives of your officers, but now you're saying they can do basically the same thing.
So
It
let's
doesn't-
just
it
make
doesn't-
sure we separate the
it
things,
doesn't-
okay?
it doesn't jive.
If it's a high-risk warrant, that's somewhat of a controlled situation.
No, it's not.
Give me a minute, sir. Give me a minute.
Oh, God.
Okay? There's preparation that should have gone into executing that warrant. Based off of your experience, am I correct or not?
There is never 100% on that. That's why you have the SWAT teams
But
to respond to
there is
high-risk
preparation that
warrants.
is done beforehand. Okay? When it
Isn't there a
comes
motion?
to an active shooter situation,
Isn't there a motion?
there is no, sir?
There's no second?
Yeah, we brought the motion back up again.
I haven't heard any motions yet.
We're still in
I said so moved,
discussion.
so my,
Oh, you
I motioned it, what Dr. Carmen said. So to
I
remove-
second it.
So there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Barrera and by Mr. Castellano but we're still in discussion phase. So go ahead.
Okay. So as I was saying, there is some preparation there. You may or may not agree, sir, but I'm pretty sure that there is. The difference between that and an active shooter situation is that there's no time for preparation and everyone will respond. That is the only difference.
And that's the
so-
training we're emphasizing, active shooter. You will end the situation with an active shooter training long before a SWAT team ever assembles an entry team.
Exactly.
So why
This-
have the MOU? Again, Mr. Castellano just made the point right there.
Okay. With that said, is there any more questions? At this time, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
No.
Motion carries 4-3. Now, we will go into executive session. A meeting is to be closed for discussion with legal counsel regarding the personal action concerning MT Assistant Principal at Walter E. Clark Middle School, discussion regarding duties of the internal auditor position, to discuss the personnel and real estate matters, to consider administration recommendation for Deputy Superintendent of Human Resources, Curriculum and Instruction, Assistant Superintendent of Schools, Chief Human Resource Officer, Principal position at H.D. Healy Elementary School, Assistant Director of Athletics, Assistant Principal position to Ben Narthbest Elementary School, Dean of Instruction position for Socorro High School, under the Texas Government Code section of 551071, 551072, and 551074. Time is 9:03. Executive session, the time is 9:53. Excuse me. New business, 13A, discussion and possible action to approve a new employment term and contract for MT, Assistant Principal at Walter E. Clark Middle School. Mr. Blanco.
Thank you, Board President Mena. Dr. Carmen's not in the room right now, and the rest of the board members. I gave you a summary of the request from Ms. M. Torales, a current assistant principal at Walter E. Clark Middle School, asking that she be allowed to return to a Sky Coach, SEI coach position at Montwood High School. There is an opening available there, and the schools have worked it out, and I understand that Montwood is willing to accept her into that position where she formerly worked. This is a voluntary request from Ms. Torales, and the administration is recommending that the board allow her to make this change and go back to a teaching position at Montwood High School, and we recommend that you approve the request.
To approve.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Guerra and a second from Mr. Nájera. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco. Item B, discussion and possible action regarding ESL resolution. Mr. Blanco again.
No.
Or B, 13B.
Yeah, 13B, discussion and possible action regarding the EPSL resolution.
That's a past agenda, I think, that you're reading from. Next item is.
Where'd that come from? Hang on, guys.
Draft.
That was the draft.
In time.
Thank you. I don't know how that ended up on my desk. I was like, okay.
That's okay.
Okay, guys, I apologize for that. Okay. Okay, 13B. Discussion and possible action regarding duties of the internal auditor position.
We had a brief discussion about this matter in closed session, and the board president is going to take some action regarding this, so there's no action required on this matter tonight. You can move to the next
Okay,
agenda item.
we'll move to item C, no action. Consider approval of administrative recommendations. Presenter, Dr. Nate Carmen.
President Mena and members of the board, administration recommends Dr. Tamika L. Brown to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Deputy Superintendent of Human Resources, Curriculum and Instruction, and Assistant Superintendents of Schools.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion by Mr. Barrera and a second by Mr. Castellano. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
President Mena and members of the board, administration recommends Dr. Angela Gonzalez to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Chief Human Resources Officer.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion by Mr. Barrera and a second by Mr. Morales. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
President Mena and members of the board, administration recommends Darlene Hernandez to assume the role and responsibilities as the new principal of H.D. Hilly Elementary School.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion by Mr. Morales and a second by Mr. Castellano. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
President Mena and members of the board, administration recommends Eric Franz to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Assistant Director of Athletics.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion by Mr. Castellano and a second by Mr. Barrera. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
President Mena and members of the board, administration recommends Liliana O'Hara to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Assistant Principal of Ben Narvath Elementary School.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion by Mr. Morales and a second by Mr. Barrera. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
President Mena and members of the board, administration recommends Lexana P. Alfaro to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Dean of Instruction at Socorro High School.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion by Mr. Morales and a second by Mr. Castellano. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Item D, Discussion and possible action regarding RFQ for legal services and engagement of legal counsel. Okay. At this time, I will open it up for discussion on the legal firms.
I left my.
Yes, go ahead.
I think the district, we still have a contract with Mr. Blanco's firm. I think they have done an excellent job, and compared to, I know we went out for the RFQ, but they are a local firm. Mr. Blanco's firm has always been immediately available when needed by the school district. And even the other law firm said, you need a local law firm. And Mr. Blanco's prices are well below any of the others who submitted proposals. I believe we should go with Mr. Blanco's firm.
Reviewing the companies that were available, I would recommend Escamilla Ponic. They seem to have the most resources available to us. On that, I would like to make a motion to accept Escamilla Ponic as our attorneys.
Second.
Also discussion on that. I believe too, that firm, if I'm not mistaken, they were talking about bringing an office here to El Paso. That was one of the concerns, that we didn't have local counsel. And in this case, I believe, in fact, it was confirmed that they will bring an individual that had lived in El Paso, practiced law, and therefore it would be to the best interest for us to have somebody in town, which we will now with this particular firm.
President Mena,
Yes, go ahead.
my concern is we've had Steve Blanco and his team back since 2013. They charge us $185, not to exceed $185. For some apparent reason, his contract doesn't expire till September. But these boards, 4 board members out of this board, decided to move the contract early. Tell me why. What did Mr. Blanco's team do? What is the agreement? Dr. Carmen brought it up as an agenda. When he was only been here for about a month as superintendent, when the board president should have brought this up, why was this brought up early? And why are we doing this now? We want to hire a firm from out of town? I want to go back a year from now when you guys approve that company and see how much money we're going to spend. What are we telling the people here in our community? That nobody from El Paso is good enough? We're looking at pay raises. That company, I believe, was over $225. When they say they're going to bring somebody here inside to El Paso, they're going to put just a phone. All the companies that applied, they said they would hire local here. Steve Blanco is local. We should keep it local. We need to save as much money as we can. We're talking about accountability, transparency. I don't understand this board. We're going backwards and not moving forward. Something's telling me something doesn't smell right. Where there's fire, and where there's smoke, there's fire. When you guys wanted to end this contract early, can you guys explain to me why?
I understand his contract is expired in September, right?
September, and you're right. And his RFQ came early in March.
And last year, his contract moved up to May to be approved.
I could have connected the dots, and I could have looked at the 5 people the 5 companies that applied. I could have told you right then and there who you guys were going to pick. I could connect the dots. This is not right. That's my 2 cents. We should keep here local. Steve Blanco's been doing a good job since 2013, and now you guys want to change it. Can anybody explain to me why?
Talk about transparency, but then why did you give a golden parachute to the previous superintendent on taxpayers' money?
Unfortunately, that's not in the discussion right now, Mr. Barrera.
You're talking about being physically responsible.
Discussion relative to the agenda item, Mr. Mena? Mr. Mena?
Sorry?
May I?
Yes, go ahead, by all means.
So, we heard, 5 different law firms give presentations. And the one thing that I noticed, the one thing that I recall, is every single law firm who stood up there said, you have 4 highly qualified law firms who either have or will be presenting to you. Even Mr. Blanco said the exact same thing, their firm. You have 5 highly qualified law firms. Nobody questioned the qualifications. Nobody questioned whether, they could represent the district well or not. That was never a question among any of them. None of them said, If you stay with who you are, you're going to be in trouble. If you go with someone else, you're going to be in trouble. None of them said that. Absolutely none. As a matter of fact, one of them even said, because I asked, okay, specifically, and I asked directly, if you're saying every firm is qualified, and so all of them will represent us well, then the only basis for us to make the decision on is cost. And he all but agreed. And so I agreed too. And I don't understand why the proposal on the table, when Mr. Blanco, and it's funny that every single firm said, oh, we can negotiate prices. But you know what? Mr. Blanco walked in, speaking of transparency, with the transparent price, not an inflated price, because to me, it's what all the other firms came in here for, with an inflated price. The firm that's on the table charges $295, and I specifically asked every single firm, who will be the face present in this district? And it's funny, who was it? The partners, the ones charging the most maximum fee. So we right now are considering, someone has made a motion for attorneys who are going to charge us $295 an hour versus the $185 that was included in the presentation given to us by the firm that Mr. Blanco represents. And we're not batting an eye at that. Every single other firm, out-of-town firm, said, included in their presentation, that travel costs are extra. Interestingly enough, every single one said, oh, we can negotiate travel costs. We can negotiate. We're not going to charge you travel costs. Well, you know what? If you weren't going to charge us travel costs, why did you put it in your presentation? Because, you know, this first year, they might not charge us travel costs. But what about next year? So that will eventually become part of the agreement. And at $100 over our current rate, why would you charge travel costs, right? So in addition to that, okay, what were other consistencies across all the firms? Every single one knew the importance of knowing the area. Why? Because every single firm that went up there, every single presenter who talked to us, talked about the connection their firm had back to El Paso. Every single one. Not one of them skipped that. And why? Because they know that Ms. Mata, who is with Blanco Ordóñez, and I'm going to forget all the other names, but the firm Mr. Blanco represents, because they know she's a graduate, a 2013 graduate, I believe, of America's High School, which, by the way, what does America's High School have? The Libertas program. The program designed to help advance our students, help them advance in the legal profession, and hopefully obtain a position with a firm in El Paso so that we don't continue to perpetuate the thinking that in order for you to be successful, you have to move out of El Paso, right? So me, right off the top, because what does our tagline say? It says endless opportunities. What does this shirt say? It says seize your opportunity. I guess maybe it seize your opportunity if you work for a firm outside of El Paso. Every other firm also said, interestingly enough, that they would be willing to open an office here. And yet every single one stood up there and said that they had clients or had done business with people in El Paso, with other government organizations. So why now? We're just another governmental entity that they're going to represent. And we're the, straw on the camel's back that's all of a sudden going to convince them to open an office here. That if they truly had an interest in opening an office here, they would have done that already. And then what? What are they going to do? Well, one of them said, two of them, I believe, said that the people who had the connection to El Paso would come back to El Paso. Okay, so again, partner, face of the district, they're now operating in our district, but we're going to pay them more to do the exact same job that Mr. Blanco is professionally and proficiently doing, for us right now. at a cheaper rate. Second, or further to that, the others said that they were going to hire people from El Paso. So as they stood up there and said, I'm going to be the face of your district, I'm going to be the one that's going to help you, I'm going to be the one that's going to deliver the services, no, they're not. They're going to open an office here, maybe we're the one that actually convinces them to do it, even though they haven't done it to this date. But then they're going to hire someone that we've never had any experience with, someone who's not stood before us and said, yes, I'm going to be the person. So they're going to hire somebody completely unknown to us to come here and start being, our legal representative. That doesn't make sense to me. So I don't understand why we would consider a firm that is outside of El Paso. I think the only other thing is that, the questioning for the Blanco firm was all about policy CH, and that seemed to be like, man, we need to be sure that that is covered, that is covered, that is covered. And, contract management is not a legal firm, a legal service. Mr. Blanco made that clear, and yet every single one of the other 4 firms, that question was not asked to them. So what appears to be, the point of contention as to why we need to look for different legal representation wasn't even asked of the other ones. And again, Mr. Blanco has represented us in local cases. There's been appeals to the state Supreme Court. There's been AG opinions. There's been, the electric company stuff. They have represented us well in every single instance. They have advised us well. They have even advised us, against doing things that we had the intent to do what we thought was right, but it could get us in trouble. And yet, their firm didn't let us make that choice that would expose us. We were talking about liability earlier, that would expose us to liability. Instead, he stood firm, he made sure we understood, and made sure that we made the choice that would minimize the liability. So I don't understand why we're considering any of the out-of-town firms. I think I've made it plainly clear why that would be a bad choice. And from the two that are left, we've got an extensive history of someone who has served us well, and also, by the way, happened to offer us the best guaranteed right up front with no external travel costs, and it is in line with what we say are our mission, vision, and values. Endless opportunities for our students to stay here and succeed within our own community.
One last thing, Mr. Nakara. She actually graduated 2005. I graduated 2003, and there was no Libertad, so that's misleading the public there. The reason why I liked it is that they had a sped for the district. That's why I liked it.
Mr. Mena? Yeah. Approximately 9 years ago, the firm was chosen by the board that was sitting, and I believe 3 of the board members were on that board. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me. So at that point, 9 years ago, that was the firm that was chosen for that particular time in I guess, in the history of our district. Today, things have changed. If you look around you, there's been a lot of different issues that have come our way, including a TEA accreditation investigation. And these are things that we have to be considering for the next year or so, that we're going to be challenged with these legal problems. And I believe this board today has changed, obviously, from 9 years ago. And there's a vision and there's a direction that this board may want to go in a different direction. No offense to Mr. Blanco's firm, in no way, he's done a fine job, but in my opinion, it's maybe time to look to see what's coming at us and do. I have to agree with Mr. Barrera, the fact that they do have specialized attorneys that specialize in the areas that are opening up to our district. And I believe that's something that we have to consider. Also, too, today the teachers talked about inflation, and if that's a situation with, and I don't believe that firm was $295. I think that was the most expensive firm. Where do you have that?
It's right here, black and white.
And I believe that was
$295.
And if you recall correctly, I'm not sure that half of our audience was there. The idea there that they were discussing a way we can negotiate a fair rate upon our consideration. And so that's another factor that isn't written in your notes there.
Absolutely, but I doubt that they're going to drop $110 to the $185 amount that Mr. Blanco's firm is giving us. And by the way, this isn't the first TEA investigation. Sometimes it's part and parcel to the business, and Mr. Blanco has represented, that firm have represented us well through any of the investigations that we have had to encounter, through any of the cases that we've had to encounter, through any of the grievances, through any of that, up through this time, all just fine. And at a rate $110 less per hour, okay? How many hours have we been here? Board meeting started at 6. It's now 10:15. Let's say they round to the half hour, and they probably round to the whole hour, but at $295, for almost 5 hours, that's over $1,000. Over $1,000 when it could be just over $500. But that's the decision, right? When we're trying to be supposedly transparent, fiscally responsible, make good choices, make sure that we have enough funds to give, raises as the employees want, we're gonna double the cost. Okay.
Okay, if there's no more further discussion, there's a motion on the table to Escamilla and Pollock, is that what we said? Pollock and Escamilla. And Mr. Castellano first motioned it, and Mr. Barrera seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
No.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-4. At this time, we'll adjourn. Time is 10:15.